How are you?
If you're,
I believe is the first gathering of this kind. In the most simple of terms, the purpose of today's summit is to help the bar re-envision our commitment to diversity in a way that is concrete and measurable, and which allows us to be accountable for realizing results. In considering the bar's role in diversifying the profession, we recognize the critical work that all of your organizations play on the ground. And I hope that today we can walk away with a clear sense of how best we can partner to achieve our common goals and commitment to diversifying this most important of professions. As you will see from a little later on in today's agenda, the time for this reorientation is now. Once signed into law, the 2019 fee bill will reflect an important change to the State Bar's statutory mission. For the first time, access to justice and diversity and inclusion will be codified squarely in the statutory mission of the bar. They are part and parcel of our public protection mission. In addition, the 2019 fee bill will require the State Bar for the first time to begin regular reporting to the legislature on our efforts to diversify the profession, and importantly, on the results of those efforts. How effective are we being? Our discussion today will inform the development of that first foundational report due to the legislature in March of next year, in which the bar is going to be expected to specify its diversity goals, the steps we will take to achieve those goals, and the data and information that we will collect and publish so that we can be held accountable for results. So this is really the beginning of a conversation. Our intent here is to share with you what we have done, primarily through our Council on Access and Fairness, who's represented here in full force, but also to hear from you, the important work that all of you are doing, and to have a real robust and I hope hopefully a candid conversation about what our goals are and what they should be. When we talk about diversifying the profession, what do we mean? And do we have a shared understanding of what that goal is? So it's the beginning of a conversation, but a really important one in terms of where the bar is now and where we need to go. So I'm going to stop there and turn it over to our incoming chair of the Board of Trustees, Jason Lee, to see if he has any remarks that he wants to make.
Thanks, Leah. I'm so excited to be here. It is a unique forum, I think, to have a very direct conversation about the State Bar's future in the diversity and inclusion area. I want to recognize first, Leah's efforts in putting this together. I think it's truly remarkable, as well as my colleagues on the Board of Trustees, Debbie and Joanna, there sitting in the caddy corner. Thank you. The significance of having in our mission diversity and inclusion should not be underplayed. When Leah and I first joined the organization, we spent a lot of time thinking about what the agency should be doing. And diversity and inclusion was one of the three things that made it into our sort of informal mission statement. And now sort of codified is the official mission of the State Bar, which lays the foundation for us to act. And it's a rare opportunity, and one I think that we're all here to discuss, and I truly believe we're up for that challenge. So thank you. Really looking forward to our discussion today.
And Dinah, the chair of co-op, any comments for us as we get started?
Good morning, everyone. Dinah Beckton, District Attorney for Contra Costa County and Chair of the Council on Access and Fairness. And as Leah mentioned, there's quite a few of us here in the room from the Council, and I'm sure that others will introduce and identify themselves as well. So first of all, let me also thank Leah for the concept of bringing us all here today to begin the discussions about diversity and inclusion in the State Bar. It's work that the Co-op Council has been passionate about for many, many years, and we look forward to this discussion today.
So we are going to begin the information sharing portion of the agenda, and I'd like to start. I'm not going to the room, and I'm going to skip over COAF and State Bar folks for right now, and turn to this gentleman here. I believe that we sent out in advance the questions, but just to tell us what organization you're with, what your organization is doing to diversify the profession, and what your goals are.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Michael Rhodes. I'm from SAC Legal, the Sacramento's LGBT Bar Association. In terms of diversifying the legal profession, especially in Sacramento, we've done a number of things recently, and we're trying to improve on them all the time, including building mentorship programs with the local area law school. We just had our fall mixer for McGeorge, where we had a good group of about 40 practitioners and law students, mostly 1Ls, get to meet each other, talk a little bit about our experiences, and we're also setting up a mentorship program where students can say they're interested in particular areas of law and be matched up with practitioners who have some experience in those areas of law to give them an idea of what they might be able to do, and also to give them encouragement to see that there are other people who look like them that are able to make it in their profession as an openly gay, openly lesbian, openly trans individual. We're also working, or trying to start working with LISMIC, which is Sacramento's Legal Services of Northern California, in order to provide pro bono opportunities for our members through the Sacramento LGBT Community Center. And we're hoping that in that way we encourage out LGBT individuals to not only identify themselves and provide services to other people in the community, but also to, again, show members of the community that that we as a bar association, as a bar at large, are a diverse organization. And a third part of that as well has been to promote judicial endorsements. We've interviewed several candidates recently to the governor to support diversity in the judiciary as well for all of those same reasons.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Renee Galante Stackhouse. I'm the president of California Women Lawyers, and thank you for having me today. I'm looking forward to meeting all of you. CWL has been working since 1974 to work on gender equity in the profession, and especially the last few years with a strong focus of women in color. We have 17 affiliate organizations across the state of local women bar associations. And what we do to diversify the profession is we start in law school, like many organizations do, with pipeline. Our first few years are free, and we start working with the Women's Law Student Associations at various law schools. And we also have, through our foundation, a scholarship that we give to encourage women to continue their work as they head into the profession. We have an annual conference that focuses on relevant and timely MCLE, which is, I think, very important. It touches on topics most folks don't normally get at their regular MCLE, breastfeeding, work accommodations, transgender accommodations, and employment law. There's a whole lot that we try to do that makes it stand out different and be mission-centric for how we can help equip folks for their actual work in the profession. We also are striving to diversify the bench. We have done 10 judicial evaluations this year alone. There's been quite a lot of action on that front with the governor leaving. I'm sure you've all seen that. We also have an award-winning program called So You Want to Be a Judge. We had 2 programs this year, working with Mr. Groban to get that last bit of information out in that last push to get folks applications in before there was a large change, potential change in how everything gets processed from now on. And then we have another award-winning program called Elect to Run, which works on getting women lawyers into the legislature so that we have people who know how the laws function, creating laws. And so those have been some of the ways that we've been working on diversifying the legal profession.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jerry Milana, and I'm from San Diego. I'm with the San Diego County District Attorney's Office. I'm a former member of the Council on Access and Fairness and past president of the San Diego County Bar Association. And Renee wears multiple hats. She's actually on the board of the San Diego County Bar Association. And so perhaps I can talk about the bigger programs as far as diversity and inclusion, and I invite Renee to jump in if I'm missing anything. And I'm happy to tell you about something that we're doing at the District Attorney's Office with regard to increasing diversity. With regard to the County Bar Association in San Diego, it's been quite robust over the past several years with involvement in a number of programs, from having a diversity pledge from multiple employers in San Diego, to having a signature event that has been instituted over many years, Dialogue on Diversity. We have a diversity fellowship program where the County Bar Association partners with our local chapter of Association of Corporate Counsel, which has been terrific. And it looks at things, it doesn't look at grades, you know, these traditional markers to increase diversity. So diversity fellowship program, and a very robust ethnic relations and diversity committee. And in San Diego, we don't have, like in the Bay Area, multicultural bar coalitions, so to speak, but the County Bar Association serves as the umbrella organization, and there's a particular committee, this Ethnic Relations Diversity Committee, that has members from all of our diverse bars.
And it's now the Diversity and Inclusion Committee.
Oh yeah, Diversity and Inclusion Committee, thank you. So I think San Diego has been quite active on, you know, doing its part to help with regard to diversity. And with regard to the San Diego County District Attorney's Office, we have made, our district attorney has made diversity and inclusion a top priority for our office. And although, you know, our numbers are great with regard to when you're matching up the latest state bar diversity percentages, we're doing quite well. But again, we know it's not enough and we want to do more. So aside from, you know, outreach and engaged in multiple programs like mock trial and bringing students, you know, to the office, we are actually launching in the spring a 1L DA Academy, which is designed to, you know, work with 1Ls as soon as they get into law school to expose them to the criminal justice system. And it is specifically designed as a diversity pipeline program, and we won't be basing it on grades, so to speak. So thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Charles Jung. I'm the president of the California APA Bar Association. I also serve in various other roles. I'm the incoming president of the Asian American Bar Association of the Greater Bay Area. I serve as a vice president of the National APA Bar Association. Also serve as a director of the Bar Association of San Francisco. I'm very pleased to be here. I'm here to represent California PABA, but you know, I'll speak for myself for just a minute. The reason I'm here and the reason that California PABA exists, and just speaking for myself, is that I personally was very greatly affected by the 2016 election. And this is, in my mind, this is nonpartisan. It's not about Republican or Democrat, but for the first time, at least in my living lifetime, I saw a candidate for office and then president of the United States openly challenge a country that I chose. I'm an immigrant, and to see the person occupying the highest office in the land attack principles of tolerance, diversity, and inclusion, which I thought were the principles that made me very proud to be an American, affected me very greatly. And as a result, we formed an advocacy organization, that's CalPABA. Our first act was to unify our 30 statewide bar organizations into a lobby day where we marshaled 53 attorneys covering the majority of state Senate districts to successfully lobby for an increase in state funding for, in advance of the 2020 census. We achieved an additional $50 million in the budget. Advocate on measures to address hate crimes and also to advance judicial diversity, which I think is a very important part of diversifying the profession. And so far I've been very pleased and happy to work with Renee at California Women Lawyers, the presidents of California Association of Black Lawyers, and also La Raza, California. And we've advocated to make sure that diversity inclusion was also part of the mission of the new statewide voluntary bar association, the California Lawyers Association. So very pleased to be here and look forward to working with you all.
Hello, I'm Phil Lamb. In my last live bar service, I was president of the Southern California Chinese Lawyer Association. And many of my friends I know from the past life. Also, I was president of the Affinity Lawyer Association in Los Angeles after the property was passed. Then I thought I'd really retired. And in 2016, I was directed into the first contested election of LA County Bar in 32 years. And related to this, really, when the issue presents itself, like what Charles was talking about, you gotta step up and do it. So I have no choice but stepping in and beginning my second live bar service. And I have been vice president for the LA County Bar since. This year, in fact, when Leah was talking about the goal setting and the measuring and the reporting and whatnot, I just thought that's deja vu. That was kind of what I was talking about on Saturday morning in Palm Springs at our LA County Bar retreat, because I was talking in the capacity of a new officer level position that I pushed for beginning of this year and got the board support to put in, is one additional vice president EIO. That does not mean God in Italian. Okay. All right, so we told me that. I can say that. That's diversity, inclusion, and outreach to the affiliate bar associations of LA County Bar. And 140 years of history. LA County Bar has some diversity in recent years, but there's a lot of work to be done. And what my hope for this DIO plan that I present is to structurally change LA County Bar at all levels, not just the board of trustees and officer levels, but sections, committees, awards nominating committees, and so forth. And that's internally. And the mission, if I succeed, is effect lasting diversity. So this is gonna last, this is gonna stay. And we're going to internally change it, structurally change it. Externally, it's a little less focused at this point, because if we can really look inward and put our house in order, we can really tell externally how law firms and the legal offices to diversify. But nevertheless, that's the second piece of it, is to help put forth different programs, best practice and so forth, to help those who want it in the legal offices, in the legal community, to pay more attention, especially towards the recruitment, retention, and promotion of diverse lawyers. Then many other programs I want to get into, and we will not deliver yet, but that is where to go, those two internal and external goals. And I am really crashing the party, because I really didn't know about it until last night, and I came in and said, oh, I want to get on the list. Well, this week for LA County Bar is not really invited. I was like, well, in my capacity, I'm crashing. So thank you for welcoming me. I'm taking in all the information, and I'm going to plagiarize some. I'll give you as much credit as I can. And I have also called on another co-chair of the DIO executive team, Kendra Thomas. She hopefully can be here for the second part, just to participate, if nothing else, to take notes. So thank you very much for all your ideas.
Good morning, my name is Joanna Sanchez. I'm here on behalf of the San Fernando Valley Bar Association's Inclusion and Diversity Committee. My co-chair, Valerie Dean, is here as well. We are very happy that we were successful and we got the State Bar Diversity Award when it was last given. I think that was 2 years ago now. But we are a small committee, our Inclusion Diversity Committee, and we go way down the pipeline. We have focused mostly on high schools and community college students and trying to get them just to learn about the legal profession, not even necessarily to become an attorney. So we do court tours in some of the courts in the Valley. We did that with high school students and community college students, and now we're working with some of the programs that have the pipeline to do community college and then law school, community college, 4-year school, and then law school. And we find students are actually thrilled about it. They love it. A lot of them have no experience with a court, and they come in, they get to see a lockup, they get to see live court in session, sometimes a jury selection, or we've seen testimony in a felony case, which was very interesting. So we do a lot of pipeline work with younger students. We also do networking mixers to increase diversity in our own bar association. For whatever reason, the Valley is a very diverse place, but the attorneys that are part of our bar association that participate in our events are not so diverse. So we're trying to reach out to find where are those attorneys that are in our area that just don't come out. We don't know why, but we're trying to do more to find those individuals. We've also done a program to increase diversity on the bar. We did have Josh Brogan come down and do a panel. We were hoping to tag along with that and go a step further, but we haven't kind of had the time just to get a mentorship program for people who want to apply for the judiciary. It's a little bit late now given the change in governor, but we'll see what happens in the next coming years. Anything else that we- Thanks for inviting us as well.
I don't know if I need that, I'm pretty loud. My name is Valerie Dean, and as my co-chair said, I co-chair with her with the San Fernando Valley Inclusion Diversity Committee. I also have the honor and privilege of being the co-chair for the Multicultural Bar Alliance, which encompasses about 20 different diverse bar associations, and we try and support everything that they're doing, and our members, our bar association leaders that are involved are very active in the community and helping with the different causes that are affecting the specific cultural areas. For example, Mexican American Bar Association is a huge supporter of the MCBA, and they have led everything from protests with their committee regarding the administration's laws, I guess, for lack of a better word, that's affecting, I don't know what to call it, that affects all of the ethnic communities. Peter Shea, who was a lead counsel on the Flores settlement, one of the big things that we were doing was trying to help with the children that were being held in the detention centers. And they were helping recruit Spanish-speaking attorneys that could go out and travel to these detention centers and interview these children to try and help get them released based on that Flores settlement. That's just one of the things that our different members are doing. So I also serve on the board for Langston Bar, who, like San Fernando Valley Bar Association, starts with children. Their big thing is scholarships and guiding students and children, whether they be in the legal profession or become attorneys, but to help them understand that people that look like you, it's okay, particularly women of color, that it's okay to have those goals and strive to be included in the legal profession. Personally, for me, growing up in Texas, this was huge for me to be involved with the MCBA because in Texas, diversity is, your skin is a different color. So it's sort of important for me to really help with the goals of being inclusive and knowing that it's okay for different shades of skin color and nationalities and ethnicities to be included in the profession. So I am offering my help with any way that I can in doing so and helping with everybody else here today. So thank you for inviting me.
Good morning, and like many of you have shared, thank you. It really is. It's great to be here today and see all of the groups and what you're working on, particularly because it just goes to show that everyone is doing such amazing things, but it's still, we need to do a little bit more, and even that, the impact is there, but at elevate that to the next level. My name is Susanna Anda, and I am the president of the Santa Clara County La Raza Lawyers Association. I'm also here on behalf of Chris Ariola, who's the president of the California La Raza Lawyers Association, and unfortunately he could not be here today, but he's been corresponding with me all day. Will do so, continue to do so throughout the day. As far as what our Santa Clara County La Raza Lawyers Association is doing for diversity, much like our groups, we start at the law school level and even at the high school level in some instances for mentorship. One of the events that we have coming up is our summer law school barbecue, where we reach out to a lot of the minority law school student groups across the Bay Area, so not just in Santa Clara County, but we make sure that we get judges in, as well as different attorneys and different legal professionals, so that they could have a much more relaxed environment. So you get taco people come out, and so it ends up being a really great event because people are a little bit more comfortable. Students are much more willing to approach non-rogue people and ask them questions. One of the other big things that we focus on is making people aware of job opportunities, as much, I'm sure a lot of your organizations do as well, but make sure that we sort of flooding those emails or reaching out to people directly of, hey, you know, there is this position, we think you're great for it, you should apply, you should think about it. As far as on the judicial front, now I know why we couldn't get Josh Groban in this year. He's very busy. Or other organizations. What about this date? What about this date? What about this date? And we unfortunately couldn't make that work, so I might have to tap into Renee's resources. But that's something we've really been wanting to. We focus a lot of our energy into seeing what event we can put together next year for a judicial summit and how to be a judge. Because there's people that particularly attorneys that we've met, you have the qualifications, you have the disposition, all of that to be a great judge. And it's, what is the process? You know, how should I be preparing? And they seem very simple questions about what a lot of people don't know. So something that we're working on for next year. The last thing is really our scholarship. Our scholarship dinner is where a lot of our energy goes to every year. Last year we were able to award $40,000 worth of scholarships for students, one $20,000 scholarship. We promised that again this year, so it's been a little bit difficult, but we're really looking forward to meeting those goals again. So again, thank you for having me, and I look forward to working with you all today.
Good morning, my name is Chris Boone. I'm with California Change Lawyers. We recently changed our name from the California Bar Foundation because we wanted a name that more closely reflected what we as a foundation are trying to do, which is to create the next generation of legal change makers. We call them change lawyers. So thank you, Leah, for inviting me to participate today. It's great to meet many of you who have been corresponding with on email since I started on this job 2 months ago. Most of the work that we do as a foundation is through our grantees, but our overarching goal is to really start to address the system and cycle of racial inequity that is causing the lack of diversity in the profession to begin with. So we do scholarships since our founding in 1990. We've given out about $5.5 million in scholarships to students throughout the state. We've also granted about $8 million in grants to nonprofit organizations, particularly diverse organizations, to create opportunities for young lawyers to enter the profession in the public interest context. An example of other types of grant making that we do are working on the diversity pipeline. So we support organizations like Centro Legal de la Raza in Oakland, which does the Youth Law Academy, and the UCLA Law Fellows Program, which creates pipeline opportunities for college students to become interested in the profession. And then one of the more recent efforts that we're looking at in a pilot project this year is on the racial disparity in bar passage rates. So we have a pilot program in San Diego, and hopefully we'll be able to get some good lessons from this and scale the program up throughout the state. It's a new opportunity for all of us to be working together in this way. And I invite you to think of California Change Lawyers as a partner in achieving your diversity, equity, and inclusion goals throughout the state.
So now I think we're going to turn to Pat Lee. Are you going to do the co-op overview and share a little bit about what co-op has been doing? So sort of the State Bar's turn to talk a little bit about what we've been doing in this space.
Thank you all again for attending today. As Leah said and many of you said, it's one of the first chances we've had to convene representatives from Affinity bars throughout the state to find out what's happening and to share with you what we're doing so we can continue to partner to achieve diversity in a meaningful and impactful way. What we're going to do is run through some slides. There's this screen, there's a screen there, and there's a screen there, and there's a screen back there in case you can't see this one. So whichever screen you want. I'm going to give you a background in terms of the Council on Access and Fairness. This is the main entity within the State Bar that's responsible for implementing the State Bar's diversity and inclusion goals. And it's important to know what the background is of the council and how it evolved. And it was created in 2006 by the Board of Trustees, but before the council was created, the State Bar had 5 access and fairness committees, and they focused on the various constituent groups and which you would probably expect: ethnic minorities, women in the law, LGBT attorneys, attorneys with disabilities, and senior attorneys. The problem we had with 5 committees was that the only source of funding for these committees was the elimination of bias fund, which was funded solely through voluntary contributions and primarily through that negative checkoff that you see on your dues statement. That amount was enough to sustain the work of the 5 entities for a number of years, but it became evident that we couldn't sustain the activity for 5 entities ongoing, otherwise we would run out of money and we lacked the ability to address diversity and inclusion at all. So what we had to do was to come up with a way to restructure in order to continue to focus on diversity, and eventually one of the ideas was to consolidate all the work into one umbrella entity and to sunset the 5 committees. But in order to do that, we had to take it step by step. So what we did, first of all, in 2006 was to create a diversity pipeline task force. That was like a trial run. Could all the groups work together under one roof and focus on the issues? And that group had various committees that focused on the segments of the pipeline: early education, law firms, corporate counsel, government attorneys, judges, and so forth. And there were 2 assignments to that task force. One was to develop and compile statistics regarding the status of diversity in the legal profession in California. The other assignment was to develop a model resource of model diversity and inclusion programs that could be used by any entity that wanted to either expand their programs or to create new programs. It was more like a resource toolkit for those groups. And the experiment worked out really well. Everybody got along, everybody worked well together, and the board found that was probably the best route to go. So in 2006, the board decided to sunset the task force and thanked it for doing a great job, to sunset the 5 committees and to create the Council on Access and Fairness. What they wanted was for the council to be an entity that functioned at a higher level than the individual committees. And it was a 25-member committee. It included members of the legal profession, judiciary, academia, public members, and so forth. And the idea was for the 25 members as a group to focus on all these levels and aspects of the diversity pipeline. So it, as an entity, it had the collective expertise to focus on all the issues that would arise along the pipeline, going from early education to the judiciary. As I said, the board convened the Council on Access and Fairness, appointed them, and it was then looked upon as the diversity think tank for the State Bar from that point on, from 2006 until today. Next slide. When the council was created, we took a very formal approach. We created a mission statement, strategic goals, and so forth, so that the council functions within a very focused way in terms of looking at priorities and trying to figure out which are the best approaches to take with the initiatives that I identified and the initiatives that could generate the greatest impact in terms of increasing diversity in the legal profession. But these are the six strategic goals. We added fundraising as a key strategic goal, is to produce institutional and attitudinal changes to create a culture of inclusion within the legal profession and judiciary, to communicate, to inspire and engage diversity, to serve as a catalyst for change by framing and communicating ways to respond to diversity challenges, to inspire and empower potential lawyers from diverse communities, to partner, collaborate, and coordinate to achieve diversity by working with existing entities and individuals already working on diversity initiatives, measure change over time. This is one of the issues that we're going to discuss today. How do we measure our successes? And generate voluntary funding and other resources to help sustain our diversity and inclusion efforts. That for the council, that's a critical area because, as I said, the only source of funds at this point are the voluntary contributions. So that's a limitation on the kind of work that the council is able to do. We're hopefully looking at other sources and evaluating the projects to determine if there could be other sources within the state bar, but for now we're looking at just the voluntary contributions. Okay, next. And the council has been going through revisiting its origins, priorities, and so forth, and it realized that even though it has priorities and has been doing a really good job of trying to pick out priorities, we still had too much on our plate. So they in the last 2 years, they've been going through a process to try to whittle down what we're doing, to select the initiatives that are going to have the most impact, and they decided on 2 specific areas of focus: elimination of bias and inclusion in the profession, which is the primary goal, and then also to look at all the issues along the diversity pipeline and to break it down so that those initiatives could then further impact the elimination of bias and inclusion areas. What the council has done to achieve this is to create 4 standing committees. One is the Early Education Committee. One is the College, Law School, and Bar Passage Committee. There's a Legal Profession Committee that focuses on recruitment, retention, and advancement in the legal profession. And then there's a Judicial Committee that focuses on increasing diversity among the sitting judges in the state of California. The next slide shows you some projects that the Early Education Committee is focusing on. One is called Calling All Lawyers. This involves the initiative on behalf of the council to help promote one of our signature projects. It's the California Partnership Law Academies. In 2004, with extensive input from Ruthie Ashley sitting over there and partnering with the California Department of Education, we were able to get the department to fund 6 law academies in the state of California. And these were the first law academies funded by the Department of Education as part of their partnership academy structure. Since then, we now have 22 law academies. So we've been building and adding law academies all along the way. The law academies are mandated with requirements through the Education Code. They're funded by the state legislature. They're monitored and administered and supported by the California Department of Education. And what they are is and many of you are probably familiar with the academies, but they're schools within a school. And the students who sign up and are accepted into this particular academy, they are a cohort from the 10th grade through the 12th grade. The students are a cohort, the teaching team travels along with the students so they get to really know each other and develop along the way. And they focus on your standard core areas of education, but one of their classes every day is a law class. And the purpose of these law academies is to familiarize the students with the justice system, how it works, how they can function within that system, and also to help them become exposed to careers in the law. And not just lawyers and judges, but there are a lot of other careers that relate to the legal practice and law profession. So we bring that information to them. We have mentoring, we have internships, attorneys come into the classroom, we have judges that allow them to go on court tours and so forth. So it gives them a great exposure, and it's really positive to see how these students develop from the 10th grade on. They're quite different from the 10th to 11th grade, and the 11th to the 12th grade, and then they go on to higher education. So we're really proud of the students that participate in this program. Part of the things we do resource materials for them. I should mention one of the key areas where we do partner with Affinity bars is the Know Your Rights program. We felt that the students should be aware of how to relate to law enforcement, if they're stopped by law enforcement, what they should do, what they shouldn't do, and so forth. And we've been able to partner with representatives from the National Bar Association for the first year. And then from then on, we've partnered with Cable, and we've had a prosecutor, a district attorney, and a public defender, and they both attend, and they give, their versions, their side, and how they should relate in their perspective in terms of relationships to law enforcement. And we do it for the seniors in the high school. The high school that we work with has a law academy, a health academy, and an IT academy. So we do it for the seniors of all three of those academies because we feel that those are the students that are most likely going to be driving around and doing whatever they do, and most likely to have interaction with the law enforcement. And we've done it for 4 years now. We will continue to do it, and we will be creating a toolkit that can be used by all the law academies throughout the state. And what they will be doing then, and we will help them do this, is to make contact with the district attorney and public defender offices in those counties where the law academies are located, so that the Know Your Rights program can be presented in all those academies. College and law school, bar exam passage. We have a program that we started in 2014. It's called the 2+2+3 Pathway to Law. It involves working with 28 community colleges now. We started out with, how many, was these 6? No, 20?
28.
We're up to 28. And it's a partnership between these community colleges, law schools, 8 law schools now, and their 8 undergraduate counterparts. And they all sign an MOU, and they agree, the community colleges agree to provide a required curriculum that's defined in the MOU. And it's basically designed to touch on all the aspects of what lawyers need to know and do, and it's substantive in nature, and it's also skills focused as well. So we look at effective lawyering skills as well as substantive areas of law, so that after 2 years that the students are, they complete the program successfully. On their transcripts, they're designated as a Pathway to Law Scholar. And the agreement says that all the participating law schools and undergraduate schools, when they see that designation, they will give priority review to the admissions applications from these students, because they will know that they've gone through a particular curriculum, that they're on a pathway to law, and that they have kind of an advanced area of focus and are probably a good bet to accept into their school and be successful, because they're very serious about what they're doing. We were trying to look at law school admissions policies, trying to get the law schools to expand their criteria beyond your traditional criteria in terms of LSAT, GPA, and so forth. And it's a difficult process because the law schools are still trying to admit the students that will allow them to maintain or advance in the U.S. News Law School rankings. So they restrict their admissions criteria and restrict the students that they will allow to enter their law school if they feel that trying to expand it might undermine their rankings process. I'm trying to introduce other criteria that they can use in evaluating their students, so they have a more holistic view in terms of the students who apply and expand the admissions process. U.S. News and World Report has been a problem that we've been working on. We worked on it for almost 7 years to try to get U.S. News to incorporate a diversity factors in their rankings. And we got this close. We had a conference call with their general counsel, with their PR folks, with their editor, the other editorial staff, and they were almost going to incorporate the criteria that we were suggesting, that all of a sudden they decided that they didn't want to do that. And U.S. News can do whatever they want because that's them. You can't really challenge anything they do. So we came up with other criteria that we thought were going to be effective. And what we're doing is we're gathering all the data and demographics and so forth that the law schools, the ABA law schools, have to file with the ABA board to maintain their accreditation status. And we're going to put them into an easy-to-view template and post them on the website of California Law, Inc. And it's designed for students who are interested in diversity aspects, well, the diversity of the faculty, diversity of the student body, the kind of support that they would receive if they go to a particular law school. And they can use that in terms of deciding what law schools to apply to. And one of the big projects that we have going at this point is called the Bar Positive Mindset Program. Some of you have probably heard of this. It was implemented as of the July 2018 bar exam, and it's a different approach to bar exam passage. It's not one of your extensive writing, practicing writing answers to bar exams. We took a different approach in looking at what other factors, what psychological factors impact the ability of students to prepare and to have confidence going into the exam and so forth. And we looked at things like growth mindset, stereotyping, stereotype threat, and so forth. And we were fortunate enough to align with a team of researchers. We got referred to one of the researchers at Stanford University, and that was their area of specialty. And they had conducted these studies among other entities, educational entities, have been very successful in introducing these concepts, and the test results from those studies, the students went up. And in particular, the test results for students of color went up because the gap was wider going in. So we're working closely with them. They're very happy with the numbers of students who are participating. Almost 1,200 students are actually participating in the entire project. Another 1,200 or so have provided the entry information that's needed to find out what kind of stress they face and so forth. So they're going to have enough feedback and results from the number of students participating to determine if the kinds of factors that they're introducing for these students as they prepare for the bar exam is going to make a difference. And we just had a meeting with them, and they're so positive about the results that they're going to find that they're even offering to work with the bar for next year at their expense. The legal profession initiatives, we're looking at expanding our resources in terms of best practices, in-house practices by legal employers to increase diversity. We have an elimination of bias film that was produced by Abby Ginsberg. It's called Walk the Walk, and it's a series of vignettes of examples of bias that attorneys of color face in the practice setting. And it's designed, and there's an accompanying report in terms of what types of things law firms are doing to address those issues, and it's designed to have a candid dialogue, which with whatever audience is viewing the film. It could be within a law firm, it could be at a bar association, MCLE. Some of the ABA committees have used it for their MCLE, Elimination of Bias programming. So, and just to let you all know, it's available for free to all bar associations. So if you haven't seen it, you want to view it, and you think you might want to use it, just let us know, and we can send you a URL, because it's very good. We presented it at some of the larger meetings and the larger conferences, and we've always received great reviews of the video. And we're also trying to expand the use of the findings from the Marge Schultz Sheldon Zedek study at UC Berkeley called the 26 Factors for Effective Lawyering. That study has been out they did it about 10 or 12 years ago, but the findings are still applicable. They identified this kind of soft skills that are necessary for lawyers to be successful in the practice of law, and they go beyond the factors that are tested in the LSAT or the bar exam. And they found that they studied Bolt Hall graduates and Hastings graduates and interviewed their employers, colleagues, and so forth to identify these factors. So we're taking those factors and incorporating that into the curriculum and law and lesson plans for the high school academies, as well as the community college students, so that they are more exposed to what they're going to have to face in terms of practicing law, and become more in tune to those areas and arrive at the law schools at a level playing field and in terms of competing with other students. Judicial diversity, I know a lot of you focus on judicial diversity. We've worked with a lot of your bar associations and will continue to do so. We have three types of appointments workshops that we're working on and that we've always worked on. The initial appointments workshop called Demystifying the Judicial Appointments Process. We have Josh Groban as part of our panel. We have the chair of the Jenny Commission. We have the chair of our Judicial Committee from the Council on Access and Fairness. We have some sitting judges who've recently been appointed, some minority diverse judges, so that they can give their experiences and personal insight. And then we've recently added the chairs of the local Bar Association screening committees. The idea is to give any potential applicants a full view of what to expect. What you need to put into the application, what the interview process is all about, what the Jenny process is all about, so that they're fully informed and fully prepared when they go into the application process. We have mentoring workshops that are designed to provide one-on-one input to any attorney who has actually filled out a draft application, and we have judges and former Jenny commissioners who sit as the mentors in that appointments process. And they will go over the application, give the applicant feedback on what's in there, how they can improve it, and also advise them what to expect in the interview process to help to give them the best possible chances to going through the process. And then we're going to initiate a program called Thinking of Becoming a Judge to focus on young lawyers, maybe 5 years in, if they're thinking about judicial applications, to give them a preview of what the process is all about, what they will need to do to gather the information in order to fill out the application. What the advice we give is that you can't wait till 10 years to then to try to backtrack and fill out all the information in the application. There's a lot that needs to be accumulated and compiled and have ready in a file in order to fill out the application with all the information that's being requested. So it's to give them an idea of what to expect, and that's a good time to check in with them too, because if they have that as one of their goals, then we can continue to work with them and help them prepare as best as possible for the application and also for the rest of the process. And then every 5 years we do a judicial summit. The initial summit was part of the Diversity Task Force, one of the main projects that they came up with, and it's designed to look at the status of diversity in the judiciary, and it happens every 5 years. We evaluate the status with the data, the demographics, and create a 5-year action plan, and then review how the action plan has been implemented over those 5 years, and then create another action plan. And then finally, the final slide gives you an idea of how the council views its role in looking at the priorities and the initiatives in the work that's done along the pipeline. They will evaluate the proposed initiatives to look to see if they can either exercise a leadership role in implementing the kinds of initiatives that will make a difference, or to play a supporting role and partner with entities that are already working on this to increase the impact of the work that's being done.
All right, thanks, Pat. And you can advance to the next slide. So I'm just going to briefly, Pat gave a great overview, I think, of what we have done, a little bit teeing up some of the co-op initiatives that are planned. And I'm going to turn to talk very briefly about some of the things I mentioned in my opening remarks. Thank you, Judge, for keeping me on track. So what I have up here on the screen is the State Bar's mission statement. This is the new mission statement that the board adopted last year. And the changes I have for this audience highlighted, one of the changes that includes the word inclusion. But there are a couple of changes here that are important to note. So the State Bar's new mission statement is, the State Bar of California's mission is to protect the public and includes the primary functions of licensing, regulation, and discipline of attorneys, the advancement of the ethical and competent practice of law, and support of greater efforts for greater access to and inclusion in the legal profession. This last segment here is quite new, access to and inclusion in the legal profession, as part of our mission statement that the board adopted last year. And if you could advance the slide. Those changes are now reflected in pending legislation, the 2019 fee bill. So the board made the change first, and now we see fast forward in the B&P code a revision to our statutory mission. It's a protection of the public, which includes support for greater access to and inclusion in the legal system. So the Board of Trustees drove the change, and the legislature has now picked up on it and is codifying that in our fee bill, and I think that's really important to note. We've also provided here the statutory citation to the requirement that I also mentioned in my opening remarks, that we begin reporting on a biannual basis on our efforts to diversify the legal profession. This is new. This statute is quite long, and we've only provided a short excerpt here, but it's really designed to emphasize that diversifying the legal profession is an expectation for the state bar, and that we are going to have to begin reporting on it again with that first report due in March of 2019. If we could advance this one. So as we look ahead, just wanted to preview for all of you something that I'm really interested in inculcating both internally and externally as the way that the state bar's approach to diversity. I call this built in, not bolted on. And this, I didn't come up with this, I stole it from the D&I officer, the head of D&I at Twitter, who happens to be a family friend, and I asked her if I could steal this tagline from her. But I think it's really important. I think a mistake that many organizations make, and the State Bar is certainly perhaps one of those, is that the way that they determine that something is a priority is by creating a separate unit, separate division, a separate position, a separate committee to focus on it. And then the rest of the organization kind of turns its back or ignores or just doesn't pay any attention to these topics. And so I think, unfortunately, the State Bar has been guilty of that. We've had a very robust and thriving Council on Access and Fairness, but in the many other parts of the bar where you would expect to see a natural focus on diversity and inclusion, it just hasn't been there. And certainly when I've had conversations with staff throughout the organization, the unfortunate attitude has been, well, that's the council's job. I don't have to worry about it. Even in areas that are so obviously critical, like our Office of Admissions. So I think that's a mistake, and it's something that I'm really hoping to work with the board to address. So I put on the screen here some of the areas that I hope we will be exploring in the coming near term and perhaps some in the further term. So the first there is implicit bias and diversity training and outreach. Some of this we're already doing, as Pat mentioned. Some things would be new. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the MCAT, the exam that students take to get into medical school, but they did something really revolutionary a couple of years ago by including a cultural competency component in the MCAT exam, wanting to make sure that folks preparing to go into medicine were going to be able to effectively communicate and relate to people of different cultures and backgrounds. I think this is probably long overdue for the law. We may not be able to impact the LSAT necessarily, but we do have the ability to make some changes in law student curriculum, particularly when it comes to the California accredited schools and the unaccredited schools, which the State Bar oversees. And so this is an area that I really hope to explore with the Committee of Bar Examiners and the Bar, an implicit bias and diversity curriculum training mandatory for law students. Work with attorneys. We have the Walk the Walk video and some other material that we've developed that I would like to see us invest in, updating and perhaps modernizing. And then State Bar staff. Something I am quite surprised by, and not pleasantly, is the fact that our staff has not received implicit bias and diversity training, mandatory training. That is going to change this year, this fall. All staff, as well as our State Bar Court judges. Hopefully you all are aware that we have a mini court system here at the State Bar with a prosecutor's office, a court, an office of probation, and our own variation on a drug court. So these are all really critical places where you would want to see implicit bias training, and that will happen this year for the first time. Then we have our strategic initiatives. Pat mentioned the positive mindset or productive mindset intervention that we've partnered with several universities to implement with this July bar exam, the Pathway to Law program. and new initiatives to come, and hopefully we're going to talk about some of those today. Research and reporting. This next segment of our agenda, we're going to kind of dig into the data. But just to tee up for you here, that the State Bar does, one of the roles we can play is as an aggregator of data, a consumer of data, and a reporter of data. There are some areas that I'm interested in exploring, looking at our attorney discipline data, looking at whether or not there is any disproportionality in our own system. Looking at our grant distribution data. This year, we have distributed close to $50 million in grants to legal aid organizations. I think it's important for us to take a look at who is the recipient of those dollars. Are we ensuring that there is an equitable distribution when we look at the poverty population throughout the state? So that's a part of built in, not bolted on, really looking at all the different areas of the bar where diversity is important. And then making sure that we are focused on the effectiveness of our strategic initiatives. Talked about this a little bit more this morning, a little bit earlier this morning, but this is going to increasingly be a focus. Are we actually making a difference? And then again, internally, looking at our own infrastructure. This is the first time that we're beginning to track hiring and promotion data within the State Bar itself. And looking at our board and sub-entity, that's our shorthand way of saying State Bar committees, councils, commissions, and boards, looking to see who's on these leadership bodies and how diverse and representative are they. So this is kind of teeing up for you what I hope you'll hear more about in the coming months and years in terms of the State Bar kind of re-envisioning how it thinks about diversity. You can advance this slide. So just as we think about State Bar initiatives and as we launch into the conversations we are going to have later this afternoon, there's some questions that I'd like you all to keep in mind. One, does the initiative fulfill the State Bar's public protection mission? Two, does it align with State Bar priorities? And our priorities are now codified fairly well in our State Bar strategic plan. So we have that, we have a clear place to look for that. Is there a value add from State Bar participation? One of the things we're going to ask you to think about this afternoon is, what is the State Bar's potentially unique role in this space? What can we do that perhaps you all can't do, or what can we most effectively do together? And what is the State Bar's value add? And again, are there measurable outcomes to demonstrate impact? We really want to make sure that where we are investing significant resources, either in terms of money or staff, that we have an outcome that we can demonstrate. So that concludes our sort of State Bar piece. And before I turn to the next item on the agenda, we did have someone join us, I think, during this last segment. So I'd like you to introduce yourself, your organization, and talk to us a little bit about what you all are doing to diversify the legal profession, or what you're focused on.
Good morning, everyone. I apologize for being late. My name is Damon Brown. I'm the president of the California Association of Black Lawyers. I'm very happy to be here today to be part of this very important discussion. One of the primary goals of our organization deals with diversification of the bench. I'm pleased to see our judicial advisor, Judge Brenda Hartman-Forte, who is here as well. And also to address areas of diversity within the profession. And the support that the State Bar provides is important. The work that COAF is doing is critical. And we want to make sure that as goals are being set by the State Bar, that we're able to weigh in so that our members, which consist of judges, lawyers, and law students in the state, are thought of, and that the issues that they face are addressed by the State Bar. So thank you, everyone, for being here.
All right, Doug, you're going to come up. We're going to turn now to kind of looking at some data. We're going to give you all an overview of the data that we have been able to pull together about the diversity of the legal profession. And I think you'll find this is as much about what we don't know as what we do know.
Hi.
Well, we're being webcast, so I think we do need you to use your microphone.
Okay, so much for getting rid of my nervous energy by pacing, which is what I normally do when I give a presentation. I'm Dag MacLeod. I'm the Chief of Mission Advancement and Accountability here at the bar. One area under my group is the research group, and we've begun digging into data on the legal profession. And to lead off, what I'd like to say is a former colleague of mine used to love to say that data don't speak unless spoken to. And I always like that expression because what it seems to indicate to me is a couple of things. First of all, it indicates that data and research in a policy environment is very different from data and research in an academic environment. We're not looking for data simply because we want to know something, but we're actually looking for actionable data. We're looking for data that will help inform policy, that will help inform programs. So what I'd like to start off with here is just sort of the framework within which we normally work and within which I've been working for a number of years as I've conducted policy research, and which is an iterative framework. The programs and policies that we work on need to inform the data collection, and then the data collection, the data that we collect needs to inform the programs and policies, and then you rinse and repeat. This is a cycle that you need to continually work on as you collect data, you evaluate programs, collect data, and that's the way that you improve programs and policies. The steps along that path would be these. We map the steps, backing up, the programs and policies that we're interested in right now and that we're discussing today related to advancing diversity and inclusion in the legal profession. So those steps would follow along this path. We map the steps along the path of the legal profession, we collect data on the population at each of the steps, we assess whether and to what extent disparities exist, we develop programs and policies to facilitate access and entry for underrepresented populations, and then we evaluate whether programs and policies achieve their intended goal. These steps along the pathway, I think most of you are familiar with these. I don't think I need to go through each one, but you can see that there's a pathway that gets you into the legal profession and then beyond being part of the legal profession, advancing within the legal profession. These are all points at which we would want to collect data on the demographics of the population in the legal profession.
And this group may want to add high school. You'll see that we started here with undergraduate, but that's a question that we'll...
But right out the gate, one thing that we would want to ask ourselves, and because this is a dialogue, and it's a discussion with the data, one thing that we need to ask ourselves is what should the population look like? What does it look like at each stage? And what should it reflect? So if we're talking about diversity, what are the different parameters around that word that we want to talk about? Obviously race and ethnicity, gender identity, sexual orientation, disability, age. A number of the committees that were dissolved when COAP was created focused specifically on some of these issues. The governor's office in recent years has become much more interested in issues of veterans and whether veterans are represented at different stages in the profession as well as in the court system. So I think that it's not a closed-ended question. I think there's an open-ended question with regard to what else are we talking about when we're talking about diversity of the profession. And then there's the question of diversity relative to what? Are we looking for diversity relative to the U.S. population as a whole? Are we seeking to reflect California's population, the undergraduate population, if the pipeline begins at undergrad or maybe at high school? What is the population that we're seeking to reflect in diversity work that we do at the bar? These are snapshot numbers here. And they look a little bit, the top graphs show you the racial ethnic breakdown of active licensed attorneys in California. And then on the right-hand side, the gender composition of active licensed attorneys in California based on our admissions data. That's when we get the data, is when people apply to become members of the bar. So as a result of that, we don't have ongoing data collection with regard to the composition of the population. So what you'll see on the upper left graphic in terms of our admissions data is that out of 190,000 or so active licensed attorneys in California, we're seeing 54% of that population is white. And then the second largest population there is no data. So this is the type of thing that when we look at the information and we try to understand what the issues are, just as a baseline issue, we need to reconcile, we need to wrestle with the fact that we are oftentimes struggling with incomplete data or imperfect numbers just to get a picture of what's going on. Similarly with the male and female population of active licensed attorneys. We have numbers that, based on our most complete data set, the one that captures everybody, we have 44% male, 36% female, and then 21% no data. We're simply missing that data from the 1990s or so prior in the way that it was coded. Another thing with the admissions data is that these are categories, these are census categories that were picked a number of decades ago, and it doesn't allow for applicants to select more than one category. So the category that have become multiple categories that have become much more prevalent in recent years, the census has embraced, which is that people are not a single box, but rather they check multiple boxes. It's not an option on the admissions data that we have. We do have a much more interesting data set, and I think a better data set, because every 5 years the State Bar collects data on what we used to call members, now we call our licensees, our licensee population, and we sent out a survey to all of our licensees and got over 16,000 responses, so we have a very robust sample which allows us to look at the data in somewhat more detail, and it allowed us to do some of the things that we don't have with the admissions data. It allowed us to say, check all that apply. It allowed us to break out categories that were more meaningful and that reflect sort of more common understanding in the way that people identify. So on the bottom left-hand slide, what you see, these are the data on racial ethnic identification based on our 5-year attorney survey. We conducted this, I think it was the end of 2016, and beginning of 2017. So what we show here is that we do in fact have a much larger population of white attorneys than you would have seen in the data based on the admissions data, and then very small numbers among the rest of the profession flowing out in that direction. One of the nice things we were also able to do on this survey with regard to gender is that we didn't just say gender, but we said gender identity, so we captured both male, female, as well as transgender, people who identified as transgender, gender variance, and some additional data there. There's more data behind the scenes on this. I'm not going to go through each question that we asked in that regard. We did have questions as well with regard to sexual orientation as distinct from gender identity. So this is the beginning, as I mentioned earlier, I think the data not speaking unless spoken to. This is the beginning of the dialogue. And I hope at the end of this presentation, you will have a lot to say about what we need to collect and how we need to collect it.
Yeah, my eyes aren't great, I admit that, but I'm having a lot of difficulty reading the characters. Would you mind, but I'm interested in the content, would you mind emailing that around to the group?
Yes.
Oh, I was hoping you'd give me an excuse to walk around with my mic. Okay, fine, I'll email it. Yeah, that's not a problem.
We'll try to take care of that now, so you can see your screen. I was going to ask a question, Doug. The admissions data, that is the number of admitted attorneys or those who registered with the bar to apply for the bar exam?
Active licensed attorneys, but the data come from the application process, so it's a matching process. We take the active licensed attorneys' information and we match bar number against the information that they provided when they applied. Okay. There's no information otherwise because the active licensed attorneys, there's not a place where they're required to report that.
So do we think that the admissions data is more accurate? I understand the problems with the categories, but do we think it's more accurate? Just because there's a significant variance in the number of kind of white respondents.
Well, I would bet that it's all bundled in that no data piece. So I would assign all of that no data piece to white as a rule. It's kind of what we used to do with judicial data at the Judicial Council when we would have a whole bunch of non-responses. I would say, your best guess is that they're probably white. And those are what the non-responses are. Maybe that's my own.
But it's pre-1990s, is what you're saying?
Which is another reason why you would want to guess that it's white, because if you look at the.
And Ruthie and Dinah and Pat and Mr. White.
But did you?
But let me just ask another question. With the 16,000 in the 5-year attorney survey, do we think that that was a representative? Because we looked at it for geographic responses. Why do we think that's representative?
Because it's a large number, and because there's a thing called the central limit theorem in statistical sampling, so that when you get a large enough number, you have increased confidence in it, and there's lower likelihood that it's going to be biased on the basis of some selection sample.
But isn't it relative to the total population? Because what's the total? So I don't know, is it 5-year attorney survey? That's 5 years worth of.
No, it's every 5 years we conduct a survey.
Okay.
So this is the
And then it's
2016.
just self-reported, you're asked what it is and you're getting, so.
But both of them are self-reported. The admissions data is self-reported also.
Right, but, so I guess I'm not understanding. So who responds to the 5-year attorney survey data to get 16,000?
We sent emails and reminders to the entire population of active and inactive attorneys.
There are, what,
250 or so once you include the inactives. 250,000.
So,
So you have a few questions here. Do you want to start there?
Yes. Thank you. That is very important. Thank you for all this. The last I could find was the 2011 survey of 10,000 people, about 18% who responded, and in which one of the, for example, we talk about the let's say by race, about 79% or so that self-identify as white, and then about roughly 20%, 21.1% on all the others. That 2011 survey, is that the same as the 5-year survey, except it's new 2016?
We modeled our questions on the 2011 survey, and you'll probably find a 2006 survey as well as a 2001 survey. So that's the every 5 years that we go out with this.
I have not been able to find, this is news to me about the 2016 survey.
It's on the website. I have struggled to find it myself at times, but we can send out the full link.
Okay. So can you address the snapshots between 2011, 2006, and 2011 and 2016? Can you address the comparisons?
I can actually do you one better if we're done with these slides, because it's a good transition. What I'd like to talk about is change over time. Because these are snapshots.
I think we had another question, but I would say have the 2011 survey up, and so what it says is, again, it was a different, it was a sampling method, whereas this time we sent the survey out to all attorneys, inactive and active. So 2016, we sent the survey out to everyone. In 2011, they did a sampling method. A much smaller group of attorneys received the survey. But in 2011, what is your racial or ethnic background? Whites, as you mentioned, 79.3%. So not very different from what we have here from the 2016 survey. So it does give some credence to the idea that these numbers are fairly representative. And a question that I have for us, because we cannot pretend to have all the answers today, but why the variance between the admissions data and the 5-year attorney data? And as Doug mentioned, is it all in that no data category? And is there any way that we can figure that out? But Judge, you have a question.
I had a question. So the 80% whites, that's 80% of the 16,000 respondents.
Yes.
It is not 80% of all the lawyers, though.
No, but I would say that it's probably representative of the attorney population.
Because of the large response rate. Statistically significant.
So, yeah, so margin of error could be a couple percentage points one way or the other, but I wouldn't expect it to be much different. So, the gentleman, oh, somebody else had a comment?
We're reading your face.
I'm just, I would be surprised if it's accurate. The numbers just don't seem to reflect what we see, I guess, and maybe it's being in LA, but I mean, I'm interested.
So
I had no idea it was that bad.
Well, let me move on to the over time, the change over time data, which was raised by the gentleman from the LA County Bar, which I think is an interesting question. And you were suggesting comparing between the other 5-year surveys. But what we were able to do, because we collected information on the date of admission, is we were able to look at and because the number is large enough, we were able to look at the data by year of admission. How long since you were admitted to the bar? How do you identify in terms of your racial, ethnic identity as well as your gender identity? And what you'll see, and I'm going to see how good this mic works. Okay. So what you'll see is that on the vertical axis, what we're looking at here is how many years since admission to the bar. So these are the people who were admitted to the bar longest ago. And these are the ones who were admitted to the bar most recently. People who indicated that they were admitted to the bar 1 year ago, this is them. People who were admitted to the bar 20 years ago, this is them. People who were admitted to the bar 45 years or more ago, this is them. On the horizontal axis, what we're doing, we just bifurcated it. We're looking at male-female with the red dots, and we're looking at minority versus white with the blue dots. And what you see is that for people admitted 45 years ago or more, the percentage who identified as anything other than white was barely 5%. As you get to a more recent cohort and you get to more recent admission to the bar, you're moving along this axis and you see this going up on the diagonal. So people who were admitted just a year ago, 2 years ago, the percentage who indicated that they were non-white is now up in the 30% range. So I think that that's part of what's going on in terms of what you see. It may be that you might be seeing younger attorneys or attorneys who fall more into this range in terms of where they are in their career, that it's a more diverse population. But what we also have is we have a legacy of a much less diverse population that were admitted to the bar many, many years ago. The same is true of the male-female ratios here. So what you see here is that back 45 years or more ago, right around 10% of the attorneys who responded to the survey indicated that they were female. And then as you go up, you see that the more recent admittees to the bar are upwards of 50% and above who are indicating that they were female.
Do you have any data regarding regions? Because that might be why we're here in LA and we see a different population than maybe the rest of California sees.
Yeah, we do have it by region, so we can break it out and look at some of it. Leah has pointed out to me, and we had done some initial looks at the data that were exclusively bifurcated in terms of race, ethnicity. And Leah was pointing out, you really need to look at the breakdown. So we actually have the breakdown in terms of, instead of looking year by year as we did with the previous slide, what this does is it looks at 10 years of each cohort. So on the left-hand side, where it says 1 to 10, those are the number of years since admitted to the bar. So those are the younger attorneys admitted most recently. The 11 to 20 category, attorneys admitted somewhat longer ago, 21 to 30, 31 to 40, and then that 41 years ago plus admitted to the bar. And what you're seeing is the same pattern, but you also see important differences among different racial ethnic groups. So what you're seeing here is that if you look at the 41 plus category and say you look at the percentage of the attorneys who identified as Asian, it was 1.1%. So a very small percentage of the population of attorneys who were admitted 41 years or more ago identified as Asian. Fast forward to the 1 to 10 category, that number has increased almost tenfold. 10.9% of the attorneys who responded to the survey who were admitted to the bar within the last 10 years identified as Asian. It's a huge increase. A less hopeful number is looking at the Black population. The number of attorneys who identified as Black who were admitted 41 years or more ago, it was 0.7% of the entire population who responded to our survey. It has increased, but it has increased nothing at all like the increase that you see in the Asian population. So in terms of understanding diversity, thinking about the differences, thinking about the programs and policies, these are important data points that I think should help us focus our energies and help us understand where the issues are that we need to pay attention to.
I had a question about the cohort. Are these only currently admitted individuals, or does it include people who were admitted to the bar but are no longer active?
This includes inactives, so yeah, so we captured, we sent out to both active and inactive.
But not people who have resigned, right? But that's a very small percentage.
What's the time on this? Is the last question?
So it would have been from the previous year. So 1 year and less, or what is relative to the 2017, January 2017, December 2016 is when we sent out the survey.
In the last column where it says total, is that basically all the others, like people who admitted before? I don't understand the last column total.
Yes. So if you add up all the different cohorts, you get to that. And an issue that was raised by the governor's office when they looked at these data was they said, how is it that you have 80.8% for your total here, but when you look at the snapshot data, you have 80.3%. The difference is whether we had information on year of admission. So you have slight differences in the number of people who are in the two samples. If you've just got the racial ethnic data, you can create this slide. In order to create this slide, or this slide, you need to have the racial ethnic identification information, and you need to have the year of admission. So those numbers are very slightly different, and so as a result, you have a slightly different total there than you do with the snapshot data. So these are, again, this is the beginning. We have not dug deeply into these data, but we have begun looking at it and are eager to hear what you have to say about it, what you think about it, what we should be collecting differently. Adding to the state data, what I would just add, and being cognizant of the time, and that I'm standing between you and lunch, let me go somewhat quickly through the national data. We looked at ABA law school applicants and simply broke the data down between whites and non-whites. So looking at what we'll call a gap, because we're just looking at with the darker green bar, those are white applicants, the lighter green bar are non-white applicants. There's a clear gap between white and non-white applicants at the law school application stage. We don't have a statement yet about what this means relative to the population as a whole, but just as a first cut to look at the data, this was one way of looking at it in terms of a gap, but also a gap that appears to be shrinking over time. There's a similar gap in gender distribution, although what you can see is that since 2011, when there were more men in applying to ABA law schools, that has actually reversed, and there are now more women applying to ABA law schools, which is actually reflective of the undergraduate population, where you see more women enrolled in undergraduate institutions than men.
I have a question on that.
Yes.
Slide. So those are the U.S. numbers. In fact, the California numbers, we have a California number for those admissions?
We do, I don't have it here. So yes, these are the national numbers. If we look then at the first year students in law school, we see that very similar pattern that we saw with regard to whites versus non-whites in first year of law school. There's a gap. That gap appears to be declining over time. That gender gap, which at the applicant level had flipped, where there were more women applying than men, has not flipped for the first year students. There are still more men than women in first year of law school. And then if we look at JD, the awarding of a degree, and I think some of you already caught what's going on here and what makes these interesting. We'll group them together in a moment, but I heard the ooh from you. Yeah, this gap is bigger, and it appears to be getting larger the further you go into the process. So now that we're looking at the granting of awards, that gap between the white and non-white population is much larger. It's still declining, but it's a bigger difference. And then we see that small persistent gap that remains between women and men at the level of granting of a JD. We took these three different levels. We took actually another level as well, the undergraduate ratio of men to women and of whites to non-whites, and we just put them together in 3 time periods. So we're not looking, the colors no longer represent whites versus non-white. They no longer represent what they represent here, the whites versus non-whites. What they represent is they represent undergraduate on the far left of each of these, and then on the far right of each time period they represent the JD awarded. So what you're looking at, if you look at those 4 bars, is you're looking at the progression from undergraduate to law school application to first year matriculant, and then in the lightest blue, the lightest green bar, the JD degrees awarded. And I think what you're seeing is what I think you noticed when you were looking at the individual slides, that gap is at its smallest, earliest in the process, and it gets largest, and it appears more persistent at the later phase in the process, at the later stage when the JD degree is awarded. I think if we added in the bar passage rates here, we might even see more, but we don't have that data handy. We weren't able to get that analysis yet, but I think that would be an important thing to add to this analysis.
So I just want to pause here because when Doug and I went over this, I thought it was really interesting because each of those bars is a ratio of whites to non-whites, each bar. So if the bar hit that number 1, if it was precisely at 1, that would mean there was complete parity between whites and non-whites. Anything over 1 is more whites than non-whites. But you see at the undergraduate level, at the law school application level, and then even at the first year matriculant level for the 2012 and 2013 cohorts, you see a fair amount of consistency there. Where you're seeing the big change and really the drop-off is on the JD degree awarded, which tells you that the interventions that we might think about would be very effective in law school in ensuring that people finish law school. That's what this data on its face tells you. And I think that's really interesting because it's not necessarily intuitive. It's telling you that you don't really have a problem with getting people to apply to law school. You don't have such a problem with that getting in the first year matriculation, but people are not completing law school. And this is our first cut at this data. There's all kinds of caveats, but it's really interesting. Again, you think about how do you use data to inform programs and policies and initiatives. This is how we might use it.
So one thing that I'd like to point out, the male to female ratio, I just finished doing a ton of research on the studies that are available for California specific, and there's not a whole lot. What I did see was that over the last 20 years, graduates from law school have been 40 to 50% for women, and now just over 50% for women. The problem is, currently only about 36% of the profession is women. So between graduation for the last 20 years, through practice, we are losing women in the profession. So They're graduating at an equal number and or greater now, but we're losing them along the way. And a lot of the studies show that especially women of color last about 8 years in practice before they leave the profession. So it's once we get into the profession, the problems start occurring.
And also in terms of the data that you have, do you have the statistics on the difference between applications and actually getting into a law school? Because there's a thing called the shutout rate, where minority students apply to law schools and none of them receive a response from the law school. So there's a percentage of diverse students who are being lost in that area.
But the first year matriculants, that data is people who are in law school.
Right.
That's your first year.
And then there's a bar that says the number who apply. But where there's a fall off between applications and actually getting into a law school, and that's a number that we really should look at too, because we're losing a lot of diverse students in that one segment. And I don't know if there's a way you could find that out.
But I think what you're saying is consistent with that, whether there's some additional data that sort of shows a mechanism. Like what is the mechanism by which you have this larger gap at first year matriculation between that and the number of applicants?
And just in terms of the women and women of color, in terms of dropping out of the legal profession, the ABA Commission on Women in the Law and the current ABA president have an initiative that they're looking at to gather that data. And there's a lot of information that informs us as to what we need to look at to support women in the profession, to continue in the profession, because they're dropping out at a very high rate.
So I think there's the 5-year survey data is very rich, and it includes a lot of data that we haven't fully explored. I think that there would be issues to explore in terms of people who are practicing. We won't have information on people who are not practicing, although if somebody became inactive, that would be something we could explore, because we're still got their email addresses, and we could certainly look at the inactive attorney data within that data set. I understand that we have about 2 minutes, so I'm going to wrap up. There are a couple of key current State Bar pipeline initiatives. Leah might want to speak more about these, the pathway to law. You've already heard a fair amount about the productive mindset intervention. In terms of the pathway to law, Pat was kind enough to share with us these data related to the 2+2+3 program. As I understand it, the numbers that you're seeing in the total student enrollment are the numbers of students enrolled in community colleges, isn't that correct? And then for 2018-19, we have some aggregate numbers with regard to students who have graduated from community colleges. And then we have just the high-level number of the number of programs there. What the big blank section here is what we would like to get. We would like to get that more individual level data that allows us to then start looking at who are the cohorts that are in that final class that actually graduate from the program. What is it that makes them different from people who don't complete the program? The types of things that you would want to ask about the data that would help you inform your policy and help inform the programs that you implement. So I think that this is going to be certainly something we're looking at in terms of trying to get data from the schools that participate in these programs so that we can begin to evaluate the data. In terms of the productive mindset intervention, you've already heard a fair amount about this, but just to say a little bit more, this was designed by Victor Quintanilla. He's the director of the Center for Law, Society, and Culture at Indiana University. He's an adjunct professor. I love this combination. He's an adjunct professor in the Department of Psychology and Brain Sciences. So it's an interesting intervention. And I think, Leah, was it you who were pointing out that this isn't about really digging into a lot of heavy-duty writing. It has to do more with the a growth mindset, with addressing issues of stereotype threat and people viewing themselves as people who belong in the profession. So there are 1,144 participants currently, and they've been randomly assigned to 2 groups. One group will receive the actual intervention, another group will receive a control intervention so that you can try to tease out the actual effect of the intervention. And then the data will be linked to bar exam results to understand how the intervention can improve bar exam performance. Is there anything more that you want to say about that?
Yeah, I just wanted to give the information that we do have, data that we do have or will have about a couple of our key initiatives. You can see not much data that we do have.
So after we've dug into the data a little bit, the questions that we would want to consider, I hope we get a chance to talk about this afternoon, would be what more do we need to know about the key stages along the pathway to the legal profession? What types of data should we be looking to obtain at each stage? How will the data be used in increasing diversity and inclusion in the legal profession? Never to be underestimated in terms of the importance, how do we obtain the data? Thinking about the 2+2+3 program, I know that a lot of times schools jealously guard their data and they aren't super open to saying, hey, yeah, sure, have all of the information on our student body that participates in your program. So technical issues simply of ensuring that we can get data transfer from schools or from wherever that data reside, and then the process of having a process for reviewing the data regularly and continuing that dialogue.
So what we're going to do now is we're going to take a quick break to grab your lunch, and then Catalina, can you let folks know what we're going to be doing after we come back?
Yes, so we're going to get folks moving around a little bit. I know everyone's been sitting all morning. I'm going to pass out some cards with a number on it. That number is going to be the group that you'll be assigned to for the group discussions this afternoon. Each corner there are these sections with tables with pads and markers. So we have groups starting with 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And so I'll pass this around. This will be your number. Grab your lunch, then grab your seat, and then we'll come together and talk about the group discussion that we're going to start at lunch.
And can I just make one request? Sorry to interrupt right before lunch, but there have been a couple of people who've recently joined. I'd love to hear from them. Also, would love to hear from, there are people here who, unlike Phil Lamb, who crashed, were invited and, worked on diversity and inclusion for several years. Would love to hear them introduce themselves.
Sure, and I realize I also haven't had my staff introduce themselves. So, folks that have joined us, I think I saw you coming, I didn't see others. Do you want to introduce yourselves and your organization?
That's one of my executive teams on the DOI executive team. Kendra, introduce yourself.
Sure, my name is Kendra Thomas.
Kendra, we can't hear you.
Oh, sorry, thank you. My name is Kendra Thomas. I'm here with the Los Angeles County Bar Association. I work closely with Phil. Excited to be here. Generally, this is my first time working on a diversity and inclusion committee, and I look at all this with wide eyes and just great interest. By law, I practice the private sector. I practice in the area of family law, but just excited to come here today. Thank you, Phil, for sharing your invite with me. And just excited to see what everyone brings to the process and just how we move this forward. Thank you.
Hi everyone, sorry for my lateness. I'm Mian Rash, I'm the co-president of the LGBT Bar Association of Los Angeles. And this is already sort of some highly relevant information I think we can bring back. We're relaunching our mentorship program right now. So kind of the focus on what you're doing with law students between the time they matriculate and graduate is a question for us. And we also just relaunched our inclusion and intersectionality task force internally on our board. So we're going to be doing some strategic thinking about next steps for that with our community. Thanks.
And then let's have our members of our board of trustees. Jason kind of introduced you, but Debbie, Joanna, just.
Debbie Manning, I'm on the Board of Trustees and I'm a public member. I just started in February of this year, and this is very interesting.
Joanne Mendoza on the Board of Trustees. I'm completing my 5th year on the board. And I'm also chair of the Programs Committee, which covers this very area. So this is a fascinating discussion. Thank you all for coming today.
Members of COAF.
Hi, I'm Holly Fougier. I'm a judge in the Los Angeles Superior Court. I'm the incoming chair, or current vice chair of COAF, and I also sit on the boards of the Asian Pacific American Women Lawyers Alliance, on the Women Lawyers Association of Los Angeles. I'm currently co-chair of the Bench Bar Coalition and a bunch of other stuff that I just couldn't turn down.
Hi, Brenda Harbin Forte. I'm Alameda County Superior Court Judge. I sit now in our Alameda Courthouse. I was the first chair of the State Bars Council on Access and Fairness. I've rotated back around, and now I am the vice chair-elect of COAF. I'm involved with the California Association of Black Lawyers as the judicial advisor. I'm also the chair of the Judicial Council of the California Association of Black Lawyers. I have been running around and doing stuff with diversity and inclusion and been a real nag to a number of people for many, many years. And I hope to be able to continue to do that.
I'm Ruthie Ashley, and I am a retired lawyer, but I have been doing pipeline and diversity work as one of the very, very early people in 2001 when I was first on the council for the Presidential Advisory Council on Diversity, which was the first pipeline council at the American Bar Association. I was on the Board of Governors for the State Bar of California in 2004 to 2007 before Holly became president. As our first APA president, but she was in classes behind me. And I chaired the Diversity Pipeline Task Force for Presidential Hiking. And at the end of that, to institutionalize the work of the Diversity Pipeline Task Force, as you heard, we created the Council on Access and Fairness with Judy Johnson, Patrick, and I picked that first 10 years ago and started that. I've also been the past president of NAPAVA, the National Asian Pacific American Bar Association. I was the first Asian Pacific American woman to sit on the ABA Board of Governors, and it's a 140-year history. I am now the chair of the Division of Public Education for the ABA, and in between all my trips, I do volunteer work on diversity. Oh, and I'm also the Executive Director Emeritus for California Law, which is the nonprofit which created the California Law Pathway, which includes our 22 high schools, our 28 community colleges, our 8 undergrads, and our 8 law schools. And I'm trying to retire fully.
All right, so before, I don't think there's anyone else who No, their staff. Introduced herself. She introduced herself. Go ahead. Yes, our chair, COAF.
Good afternoon, I'm Diana Becton, chair of COAF.
All right. Newly elected. So just our staff that have not introduced themselves yet, have not done a great job of doing introductions. So Dag has introduced himself. Carolina.
Hi, I'm Carolina Amarante Torero. I'm the program analyst in the Office of Research and Institutional Accountability.
She's done all the work behind the scenes on this. A lot of work.
Good afternoon, I'm Donna Hershkowitz. I'm the chief of the Programs Division here at the State Bar of California.
Rebecca Farmer, I'm the program director for strategic communications and stakeholder engagement here at the bar.
Hello, Richard Schaffer at the State Bar's Office of Research and Institutional Accountability, working with DAG and Carolina.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Hom. I'm a program supervisor with the Office of Access and Inclusion, working with Pat Lee.
All right. Introductions accomplished. Let's break for lunch and come back and get our numbers. Thank you.
6.